Okay, good morning, ADGA. We are starting our senior Saanen show today. This is a group of milking yearlings. I believe it's 17 goats that came into the ring here. And just a lot of overall beauty. We have a lot of structural integrity in these mammary system attachments all the way down, especially in this first line here. Good dairiness too when you get your hands on these animals. And for the most part, we have a really good substance of bone. Udder placings will be 1, 6, and 2. 1, 6, 2. Okay, so our first place udder on our first place goat here. She kind of really pulls it all together when you look at the overall lateral attachment here, the strength to that rear udder attachment. It's just compared to our second place udder on our sixth place goat. It just we have a smoother blending of those attachments, especially in the area of the fore udder, slightly wider than second udder here. Second udder, then going over our third place udder on our second place goat. Just an udder that sits more appropriately up in the escutcheon at this point in time. We have more rear udder height and width overall productivity over our third place udder on our second place goat. Not quite the capacity of some of the other goats at this point, but it is a yearling udder, and it's very structurally correct when you look at the teat placement, strength of medial as well. Individual class placing, one is going over two. First of all, for that mammary system, just sitting more appropriately higher up in the escutcheon, less tendency to tilt forward. And then she has general appearance advantages as well. She's a longer backed individual. She's wider in that rump. She's more correct in that front end assembly with forelegs that come more properly underneath the withers, giving her more extension of brisket than two. Two then going over three. For her advantage in overall dairy strength, she's cleaner, she's sharper, she levels out more ideally over that back and rump on the move than our doe standing in three today. She does have the advantage in overall structure, maybe not quite the capacity of three, but the overall structure to this mammary system, the smooth blending of that fore udder attachment is more extended than three at this stage of the game. Three then going over four. Mammary system, just a higher rear udder today as we see it up in the escutcheon. And then she has general appearance points as well, just stronger on those feet and legs as she moves out. She does track straighter with those forelegs, slightly less tendency to bow forward on that foreleg than our doe standing in four today. Four then going over five. We have another mammary system placing here. We just have more extension to that fore udder today, a more globular shaped rear udder when viewed from the side, and also higher up into the rear. And then when we look at general appearance, she's more angulated in rear leg, walks with more correctness and width than our doe standing in five today. Five then going over six. Although we're going to yield to some of the mammary system traits of our sixth place goat here, we do have the general appearance advantage. So she did need to move up in front of her. The ease of motion on those feet and legs as she moves out, the overall length of back and structural integrity of that front end assembly will put her over six. Our sixth place goat, we have an udder placing here. Really love the overall productivity, the strength of medial suspensory ligament on this goat that got her into the sixth place over our seventh place doe. She also is showing more correctness in rear legs than our doe standing in seven. Seven then going over eight, more correct in those forelegs. Stronger on her feet. She's tracked straighter with those forelegs. But more importantly, we have more width of chest, and we have more capacity, more height up into that rear udder that sits more appropriately up in the escutcheon as compared to our doe standing in eight today. Eight then going over nine. Dairy strength, when you get your hands on it, she's just a much more open, correct angled ribbed goat as compared to our goat standing in nine today. Nine then going over 10. Although we're going to yield to some length of body and levelness of back, we do have the mammary system advantage when we look at the overall capacity, the height up in the rear udder as we see it today over our strong general appearance goat starting our second line. It is that general appearance that will carry 10 over 11, that levelness over the back, that strength of that front end assembly. She stays tighter at the top of the shoulders as she moves out and levels out more ideally in the run from hips to pins. Slight yield to the mammary system to 11. And it is that mammary system that'll carry 11 over 12. More productivity, more height up into that rear udder over 12. 12 moved up, kind of kind of lost her at first, had her down a few spots, but she needed to come to this position for her overall general appearance. She's not the biggest goat or not showing the most substance of bone overall, but when you look at the strength of feet and legs as she moves, the locomotion in that front end assembly, the strength over the top, she definitely needs to go over our 13th place goat. And 13, we're going to yield to the mammary system of 14. But on the move, I mean, she's not set up her best right now, but on the move, she is structurally more correct in that over that top line, less tendency, walks a little more uphill than our doe standing in 14 today. 14 over 15, just a longer body doe. We do have more height up in the rear udder for the mammary system to put her over 15. 15 over 16, dairyness. She's much more cleaner in that neck, cleaner in that front end assembly, and open than our doe standing in 16. 16 over 7, we have the higher rear udder. We also have a doe that walks with more angulation and more distance between the hock than our doe standing in 17, who is commended for that long back. Thank you.
All right, recorded grade exhibitors, this is your 15-minute call for your show. Recorded grades, please be making your way up to the show ring. All right, we have the results of the Saanen Milking Yearling class. This class was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first udder, went to Ruth Phillips Grant with Bjorning's XC Twitter thread. Second place with third udder went to Dr. Lauren Acton with Tempo Pasa Trifecta Win. Third place, Cullen Owen, Spinning Spider Priyanka. Fourth place was Cade Cockburn and Noble Springs PGPS Tallahassee. Christine Owen had the fifth place doe, Spinning Spider Rain Dance. Sixth place with second place udder went to Melissa Putes with Putes Valley Ranch MQC Viva. Cade Cockburn was seventh with Pleasant Grove Orchid Stacks. Eighth place was Pleasant Grove with Pleasant Grove Scissor Pal. Ninth place, Alice Orchazowski with Capricorn Nuke Tansy. 10th place was Melanie Richards, Spinning Spider Tiny Dancer. 11th place, TC Socks, Mini Rosa Sunny's Journey. 12th place was John Walker with Verdon Creek Thomas Cookie. 13 went to John Walker as well, Verdon Creek Thomas Quoke. 14th was Alexandria Stewart, Rosewind's Mode Karina. 15th place in the top placing youth in the class went to Claire Putes with Putes Valley Ranch MQC Vesa. 16th in the second top placing youth in the class went to Emma Alkmoody with Lucky Charms. And the 17th place doe was Melanie Richards with Spinning Spider Deer Theodosia.
Okay, Saanen 2-year-old class here. 29 goats came into the ring today. We're going to keep the 21 goats here side by side in the middle of the ring to work with today. These goats on the outside rail, we're not quite seeing maybe the structural correctness in overall feet and legs. You know, we have some goats that are unproportionate in their legs. We have some goats that are lighter in their overall bone. Some goats that aren't quite showing. You know, these are still young goats, but we do like to see overall capacity as compared to our first place line. So you're excused to go out and get ready for your next class. Thank you.
That's a runaway train, you know. Yeah, that's a runaway train by anybody's standards. If you could see that every day, what do you want to look at my trains for? You know, these tiny little things. And I'm Mhm. So many breeders, businesses around the country and actually around the world. I'd like to recognize our sponsors. Our diamond sponsor level was Farm Credit East from Connecticut, and they actually have a booth over here if you'd like to go visit their booth, Farm Credit East. We want to thank Ice Acres Dairy Goats from Ocala, Florida, both sponsors at the diamond level. Our platinum level national show sponsors was Agape Prize from Kentucky, as well as Ringside, an American Dairy Goat podcast from New York. At the gold level, we have Ian Tyers, and looks like he's from Victoria, Australia. We appreciate his support. He supported a lot of classes here, and we certainly appreciate their support. The New York State Dairy Goat Breeders Association from New York, obviously, and the Southern Arizona Dairy Goat Association from Arizona. At the silver level, we want to thank Argonne Dairy Goats, Cherished Star Farm, Win Dairy Goats, Evermay Dairy Goats, Eileen's Rascals, Moran Dairy Goats, Rosewind Dairy Goats, Royal Cedars and Hidden Meadows, Scotchbrier Farm, the Australian Alpine Project, also from Victoria, Australia, and Wilcare Dairy Goats. At the bronze level, we have Catwalk Farm, Ixwined La Manchas, and Moon Station Goats. Yeah, we'd also like to thank our breed organizations that had displays here, Alpines International, the American La Mancha Breeders Association, the American Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Association, and the International Nubian Breeders Association. We want to thank our vendors for being here for our pleasure. We had Biogenics, Bite Me Herbal Goat Treats, Blue Mountain Genetics, Goat Shirts, Hames and Axel Farm, John's Fabrication and Repair, Sustainable Dairy Goat Agri Systems, Seidel, Wooden Stream Creations, and Excel Genetics. She's defying the odds. And we also had some homecraft vendors, which included Crooked Wall Farm, Debbie Gundel, Double Trouble Acres, Heartfelt Hollow Farm, and Ozark's Treasured Acres Farm, High Cotton Farm, Rosewind and Hoanbu Dairy Goats, as well as Tempo. We appreciate all the support from all those folks and all those businesses.
Maybe some of the kids ate it, but the milkers, like that, those hay feeders stayed full. I mean, just like they never had to refill it.
We used to feed bean hay at Brother Hills, which is very similar to peanut hay. And Scott and Jennifer were like, "Oh, the goats love it, so good." And I'm like, "No, they don't."
Yeah.
You would come because we have
Morning, Scott Bice. Scott is a farm manager at Redwood Hill Farm in Sebastopol, California. Redwood Hill Farm is a family farm founded in 1968 and home to many ADGA national champions across multiple breeds over the years. In addition to caring for the Redwood Hills herd of goats, Scott breeds and owns his own La Mancha and Saanens under the Vineyard View herd name. Scott's been an ADGA licensed judge since 2010 and has judged many prestigious state fairs, as well as the ADGA National Show in Louisville, Kentucky. In addition to judging, Scott's worked with many big dairies on the West Coast as a milk producer liaison for Redwood Hill Farm and Creameries, and he's also employed by ADGA as a licensed linear appraiser. Having bred and owned many ADGA national champions as well as a premier sire is quite an honor, and so is the opportunity to judge the ADGA Nationals. Thank you to the ADGA membership for the opportunity to work with a great group of judges. He knows the hard work it takes to travel to the national show and wishes all exhibitors very safe travels and a great show.
Can we figure out where DD Farms is from?
No.
I can look. Hold on.
You know, if I had my computer, I could look at the database. I'm curious. So I'm going to guess it's South Carolina or someplace that no one goes. Yeah, Georgia or South Carolina.
The secondary judge in the Saanen breed this morning is Bob Bartholomew, who has been involved with dairy goats for over 50 years. He started with the grade doe in 1972 and has been involved with dairy goats ever since, working with several breeds, primarily Nubians, under the B-Bar herd name. His dairy goat experience includes working at both the small farm level and a large commercial dairy, and he has worked with former ADGA Director Emerita, Judge, and Mary Farley Award winner Wes Nordfelt at the well-known Coach Farms in upstate New York. He is an ADGA Life member and a former linear appraiser working for the association for more than 10 years. He earned his first judge's license during the 1987 annual meeting in San Angelo, Texas. Throughout the years, he has volunteered for many ADGA committees, including National Show, Linear Appraisal, Spotlight Sale, Type, Judges, Advanced Judges, and he is currently one of the co-chairs of the Judges Training Committee. Having exhibited his own livestock from coast to coast, he truly understands his commitment and dedication that it takes to attend a national show. This will be his fourth time judging our premier show, and he's looking forward to seeing some of the very best dairy goats in the country and working with such a great group of talented judges. He is both honored and excited to be judging our 26th ADGA National Show right here in West Springfield, Massachusetts.
Oh yeah, you can look her up under.
Udder placings for our 2-year-old class will be 1, 2, and then 6 today. Our first place udder pretty easily handily takes this class. The balance and symmetry when viewed from the side, the depth, extension, the lateral attachment of this forudder, definitely if we were appraising it, would definitely be in the 40s here. And then the tremendous width of rear udder put her over our second place udder, which is on our second place goat. A very secure attachment on this dote, both fore and rear, to put her over our next most securely attached correct udder, as far as, you know, comparing to the does ahead of her. Just a bit more height into that rear udder, a bit more security, and maybe a bit more proper teat than our doe standing in 3. So that's udder placings. For the overall individual class, 2 really nice udders on these does here. So we do have that advantage, like I just said, but we have a tremendous dairy strength advantage. She's just a sharper, longer bone doe. She's more open in that ribbing. And then she's stronger on her overall feet and legs, less tendency to bow inside profile in that foreleg. And she's a deeper chested doe when you look at that chest floor all the way down compared to 2. 2 over 3 for the mammary system, more desirable teats, a fuller, wider forudder, as well as body capacity. She's got more depth, or excuse me, width of chest floor, more spring of rib as well compared to our doe standing in 3 today. 3 over 4. This is a general appearance placing. You know, as they move out, our third place doe just blends more smoothly from the neck into the withers. She levels out more correctly in that rump from hips to pins, walks with a little more elegance than our doe standing in 4 today. 4 over 5, closer placing here. I do feel we have overall general appearance when you look at the front end assembly, that the correctness as she uses it, the correctness of forelegs. She tracks a bit straighter with those forelegs. She's a little bit more balanced with the overall top of the leg and the cannon bone compared to our doe standing in 5 today. 5, although we're going to grant slightly to the security of an attachment to the udder in 6, we do have the overall general appearance advantage. First of all, she just levels out more correctly in that back on the move. She's more smoothly blended in that back. She's structurally more correct on those front end assemblies, a little bit better upright on those pasterns as well than our doe standing in 6 today. 6 over 7 for that mammary system, the overall security, the overall height into that rear udder as we see it today. She is a bit more open and angled in ribbing compared to our doe standing in 7. 7 then going over 8. Another dairy strength placing here. Just a doe that's cleaner. She's cleaner in the neck. She's cleaner in that front end assembly. A bit more in curving and thigh and side profile than our doe standing in 8. 8 over 9, general appearance, strength of feet and legs, more angulated from stifle into hawk. She also has a body capacity advantage, being deeper and wider throughout the 9. 9 then going over 10, general appearance, just a much more board level goat that blends more smoothly over that back as compared to our 10th place goat. We can start walking these does up, please. 10 then going over 11, kind of going back and forth on these 2 goats, similar type goats, 2 beautifully uddered goats. So what it came down to was the overall general appearance, the overall width of rump, the overall usage of this front end assembly as she moves out compared to our doe standing in 11 today. 11 over 12 for that mammary system. We have a more capacity extension of forudder. We have more dairy strength. Longer rear rib that's more open and angled than our doe standing in 12 today. 12 over 13, general appearance, just a goat that's just more smoothly blended over that back. She's also fuller at the point of elbow, deeper in the chest floor than our doe standing in 13. 13, beautiful rear udder on this goat. The overall height and arch to this rear udder, that will put her over our 14th place doe. 14 over 15 today. Although she might grant us some of our very stylish general appearance points of 15, she has a distinct advantage in dairy strength. Longer neck, more open, angled. She also has more body capacity than 15. Our 15th place doe, I wish we had a little more medial and dariness to move her up, because general appearance is really quite nice, and it is that structural correctness and front end assembly in particular that will put her over 16. 16 over 17, forudder width, rear udder height. 17 over 18, she's just fuller at the point of elbow, deeper in the chest floor, so more correct in the front end assembly than our doe standing in 18 over 19 mammary system. Really love this mammary system. She also has the advantage in dairy strength and angle of rib to flank. I just wish we could give her more body and structural correctness in that front end. 19 then going over 20, just a doe that's more balance between the halves, especially as we look at it from the rear today over our 20th place doe that is commended for her long bone pattern. Thank you.
All right, good morning. over our eighth
3 year 14 in our class here, starting with to my right with the doe that pretty handily came up to the top of the class today. You know, we have some really nice udders on these does and overall production throughout, but when you look at general appearance, strength of feet and legs, strength over that back and front end assembly, she definitely it gets to the head of this first line with some outstanding animals really all the way down. Our udder placings will be 1, 2, and 5. Our first place udder on our first place goat here. We just have a bit more fullness to that rear udder, the overall height that we see into that rear udder today. And then we do have a stronger medial suspensory ligament as you get behind the two animals. Then, our second udder on our second goat over the third udder on our first place goat, our fifth place goat. In her turn, a bit more width to that udder, a bit more height up in the escutcheon. She fills up that escutcheon more appropriately than our third place udder here on 5. It is the overall structure, shape, teat placement, strength of medial, the overall pleasing shape, even though there might be a few goats ahead of her with more capacity, but the overall structure gets her to third place udder. Individual class placings, 1/2 for that mammary system, but more importantly for the overall general appearance, strength of feet and legs, especially those rear legs, just more substance of bone. She walks with more correct angulation as well, levels out more ideally in the top line as compared to our second place doe. 2/3 for that mammary system, more desirable teats as well as a bit more capacity overall, especially into the foreudder. And then she has a distinct advantage in body capacity, being deeper and wider in that chest floor, fuller at the point of elbow, deeper in the heart girth than our doe standing in 3 today. 3 then over 4. Obviously, we're going to grant some of the size and scale to our fourth place goat, but small differences in overall mammary system. So what it comes down to is general appearance. This goat is much stronger on those feet and legs as she walks about the ring, especially those rear legs as she moves out compared to our fourth place doe. Keeps more ideally level, and she's sharper in the withers than our doe standing in 4. Our fourth place doe, love the openness of ribbing on this doe. The next 3 does, trade-offs. We have general appearance differences in feet and legs, whether it's a short cannon bone, bowing in the foreleg, or posty rear legs. So this goat gets over the next 2 does for dairy strength. One of the most open does in this class. It is that openness, that arch up into the flank. And although she yields slightly to the structure of the mammary system, we also have overall body capacity to put her over 5. 5/6, 2 similar type does. We do have the advantage in the mammary system with our third place udder. The overall structure to this mammary system, more desirable teat placement and size on the udder floor. And, when you get your hands on them, she is slightly more open. She keeps that front end more tightly together as she moves out compared to our doe standing in 6 today. 6 then going over 7. Although we might not have quite the rear udder, we do have a more secure fore udder, and we do have a doe that's cleaner in that front end assembly as compared to our doe standing in 7. Really love the rear udder on this 7th place doe and the overall body capacity. It gets her over our doe standing in 8th, as well as overall body capacity, fullness at the point of elbow, width of chest floor to put her over 8. 8 then going over 9, mammary system. A mammary system that sits more ideally up in the escutcheon. She's also walking around the ring with more strength of feet and legs. She is going to grant overall long bone pattern to 9. It is the overall, she is a longer body doe, but she's also showing us more substance of bone in 9/10 in those feet and legs. More fullness, slightly more fullness at the point of elbow, and a wider chest floor than 10. I really love the general appearance on this 10th place doe. Board level, walks on the around the ring with a lot of grace, a lot of strength in feet and legs, but we need more substance of bone. We need a bit more height into that rear udder to get her into the first line, but a very stylish doe in 10 to put her over 11. 11/12, mammary system, fullness, depth of foreudder, height up into the rear udder puts her over our 12th place doe. Our 12th place doe, really love her overall general appearance. Wish we just had more milk in that mammary system, but it is the overall structure, feet and legs, front end assembly that puts her over 13. 13/14, body capacity, more increasing depth of the rear barrel, more overall capacity than our first freshener here in 14. So she needs to freshen, gain a little more arch up in the flank and mammary system to be competitive. Thank you.
All right, I've been asked to announce that we do have a herdsman prize that will be given at the awards later this afternoon, and we're asking everyone to cast a vote. Who you think had the best decorated exhibit, who kept it the cleanest, uh, was the friendliest, and so on. The overall herd display out there. I guess the voting ballots are over on the raffle table near the Puerto Rico basket, wherever that might be. So you can go over there and vote for your favorite. All right, the results of the Saanen 3-year-olds. This class again was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first daughter, went to Isaac Lefkowitz with Mini Rosa Jackpots Olivia. Second place with second udder, Cullen Owen with Spinning Spider Kahutek. Third place, Garrett Morse, CE Rock Run GB Valena. Fourth place, Christine Owen, Spinning Spider Sidetrack. Fifth place with a third place udder went to Pleasant Grove with Pleasant Grove Synthetic Pale. Sixth place, also Pleasant Grove Eric's Goodwill. Seventh was Danielle Caroli with Araby Farm Magnolia Blossom. Eighth place, Emily Miller, Sunset Dreams Passionate Kisses. Ninth place also went to Emily with Sunset Dreams Rainwater. John Walker had the 10th place doe, Verdon Creek Sonnen's Quinn. 11th place went to the Coon family with Utterly Nuts Phantom Riptide. 12th place went to Ruth Phillips Grant, Bjorning's BN Rain Daisy. 13th went to Sina Glessing, Sundown Creek H. Rosemary. 14, Melanie Richards with Hidden Meadows Edith.
Okay, a beautiful class here of recording.
Okay, Saanen 4-year-olds here. Kind of took a while to figure this out. Definitely, we have a few different types of goats here at the top of the line in particular. Udder placings, first of all, will be 1, 2, and 3. First place udder on our first place goat, although obviously we don't have quite as much capacity in that mammary system. So when you look at the smoothness of blending of those attachments, both rear and fore, she does have the advantage. She also has a slightly higher rear udder. You can see it here in overall side profile, but it's just small differences in the udder placings here. Two really beautiful mammary systems. And then 2 going over 3 today, although maybe not quite the smoothness or fullness down in that fore udder over our third place udder, we definitely have more height in that rear udder today up into the escutcheon as compared to our udder in 3. Individual class placings, general appearance. This is a general appearance placing. Small details, in the mammary system, but what it really comes down to is our second major category here. Just a goat that is on the move, just much more fluid. She's more correct. She's stronger on those feet and legs. She's more angulated in those rear legs. And, even though she's a smaller frame goat, she might have a bit more substance of bone in those legs as well. She will grant to dairy, angular, wedge shape, and rib to 2. But when you look at body capacity, yes, we have more increasing depth of rear barrel. But when you get in front of them, our first place goat actually has more depth into that chest floor, fullness at the point of elbow than 2. So small differences, but what it really comes down to is general appearance. 2 then going over 3 today for that mammary system. Again, just the overall height into that rear udder today. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, just being more open in that ribbing than our doe standing in 3 today. Really love this third place doe as she moves out. I just wish we had a bit more milk in that mammary system, but it is that ease of motion, that depth of that front end assembly, that width of chest floor, extension of brisket, and in her turn, mammary system fullness in that forwarder that puts her over our fourth place doe. This fourth place doe really caught my eye for her overall general appearance, strength of feet and legs as she moves out, and she kind of moved up a few places. I wish she was a little more balanced between the halves in that rear udder, but the overall rear udder's extension and dariness puts her over our strong general appearance doe in 5. Our fifth place doe, some of the strongest general appearance, feet and legs overall. I just wish we had more capacity in that mammary system, but it is the overall general appearance, strength of feet and legs that will put her over our doe standing in 6 today. Go ahead and move up. Okay, then 6 going over 7 today. Mammary system here, we have a doe that's just a higher, wider arch up into that mammary system, a bit more capacity in that fore udder, and less tendency to bow in those forelegs compared to our doe standing in 7 today. 7 then going over 8. This is a dairy strength placing, just a doe that's more open, more angular, and in her turn, just a bit more desirable teats and attachments, when they move out, less tendency for that udder to move compared to our doe standing in 8 today. 18, although we're going to grant to some capacity of mammary, we have the overall general appearance, strength of feet and legs, strength over that top line to put her over 9. 9 then going over 10 today. She's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more open in the ribbing than 10. 10 over 11, mammary system capacity, as well as body capacity, spring of rib, depth of rear barrel, and fullness at the point of elbow will put her over 11. 11 then going over 12, strength of feet and legs. Our doe here at the end of the line, really nice level top line. Thank you.
John's Fabrication also just notified me that they're going to be closing up around 11 o'clock too. So if there's anything there, and I imagine probably most of those vendors along the wall there will be closing up before noon. So if there's something you really wanted to get, you better go visit them again. The Wooden Stream Creations. Marge would like to sell all her stuff so she doesn't have to take anything home. Go over, take a look, see if there's something you could take off her hands. Saanen 4-year-old class was sponsored by Ian Tires from Australia. 4-year-old Saanens. First place, first daughter went to McGarrett Morse with Morse GHRL Savvy. Second place, second udder, Cullen Owen, Spinning Spider Party Up. Third place, third udder, Cullen Owen, Spinning Spider Purple Rain. Fourth place, Alexandria Stewart with McQuitty Farm Jacques Castalia. Fifth place, the Coon family with Willow Hill Pearl. Sixth place with the first top placing youth was Noah Kudron with Streams of Mercy Ever Eden. Seventh place, Pleasant Grove. Pleasant Grove NSMM Sincere. Eighth place, Melissa Putes with Poots Valley Ranch PGS Vera. Ninth place, Melanie Richards, Spinning Spider Private Joy. 10th place, and the second highest youth was Ava Kreitz, Pleasant Grove NSMM Grammar. 11, Cole Warren, Old Kid Cole Jameson. I got it right that time? All right. And 12th place went to Joey Dwyer, DD Creamery, Gracie May.
All right, this is our recorded grade.
Okay, what a beautiful class of 5 and 6-year-old Saanens here. Um, these are classes I love to judge, not just because they're Saanens, but because you not have like super big classes, but you have lots of quality and especially lots of quality at the top of the line. For our 5 and 6-year-old breeds, udders will be 1, 2, and 3. Our first place udder over our second place udder on our second place goat, fullness, extension, width of foreudder, and then we have a slightly better teats on here with less tendency for that leg to hit the teat as she moves out, and slightly more width. 2 then over 3. This is a close placing in the udders. We have some trade-offs in these udders. Our third place udder has more desirable teat placement on the udder floor. It has slightly more arch up in the escutcheon as well. But when you look at the smoothness of blending of those udder attachment, that belongs on our second udder, on our second place doe. And she does have more desirable teats when you see they sit slightly more forward as opposed to being back than our doe and 3. So just small differences in the udder. 3 beautiful mammary systems all the way around. The individual class placing, we do have the advantage in the mammary system. We have a big advantage in overall body capacity. Just a doe that's deeper in the heart girth, full point of elbow. She's wider in that chest floor as well. And then in general appearance, we have some advantages. Slightly more bone, especially in that foreleg. Just tighter at the point of elbow as she moves out compared to our second place doe. 2 then over 3. This is our hard placing. Not just the mammary system trade-offs, but the body trade-offs. Our second place has the advantage in dariness. She's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more open, slightly more arch up into that flank as well. So she's going to grant to some body capacity points in the fullness and width of our second place goat, but she does have that overall dariness and a slight advantage in the mammary system. 3 then going over 4. For the mammary system, first of all, the overall, our fourth place doe is milking through, so not quite showing the capacity. It's a very structurally correct and nice mammary system, but as we see them today, the overall width to this udder, she needs to be here. She's a bit more upstanding into that front end assembly, showing a slightly more dairy strength than 4. 4 then going over 5 today for her overall general appearance. First of all, more appropriate in that rump structure. She's more correct in that front end assembly. She's got the longer neck that blends more smoothly into the withers than our doe standing in 5. And in her turn, maybe not quite the capacity as a doe that's fresh this year, but a udder that sits more appropriately up in the escutcheon compared to our doe standing in 5. 5 over 6 mammary system capacity, just more udder, fore, and rear. She also has a dairy strength advantage. She's sharper up in the withers, more open, longer, leaner neck than our doe standing here in 6 today. 6 over 7 mammary system. We have more attachments here. We have a smoother blended extended foreudder, and when you look at that rear udder attachment, we have more security than our doe standing in 7. And then as they move out, she's stronger over in the area of that back, less tendency to kind of roach up in the chine than our doe standing in 7 today. 7 then going over 8 today. We have general appearance trade-offs here, but we do have the mammary system in this goat. More desirable teats, more width to that rear udder than our doe standing here in 8. 8 then going over 9 today. Our ninth place doe is another milk through, but we do have the overall advantage in general appearance. She's stronger over that back. She's stronger in that front end assembly. Less tendency to roach in the back, and a small difference in flatness of bone and rear legs to put her over 9. Our ninth place doe, I had to remind myself, teats are only 4 points, and it is a higher rear udder. Our ninth place goat is milking through as well, I believe. Was it 10? No. Okay, we had another milk through. I lost track. But it's the overall height to this rear udder that puts her over, as well in her turn. More openness and angularity, sharpness up the withers put her over 10 today. 10 then going over 11. Overall general appearance, she uses those rear legs more correctly as she moves out. And then we do have a slightly higher rear udder in over 11. 11 then going over 12, teat size, shape, as well as overall capacity, put her over 12 today. 12 over 13, and another mammary system placing for the overall capacity that we see, height into the rear udder, as well as the longer body doe over our 13th place doe, who is commended for that front end assembly. I really like how those forelegs come underneath the withers.
The results of the recorded grade. First place, first udder, 5 and 6-year-old Saanen went to Garrett Morris with CE Rock Run Zoffs Valencia. Second place, second udder, Dr. Lauren Acton with Tempo Pasa Ella. Third place, third udder, Dr. Lauren Acton with Tempo Pasa Soprano. Fourth place, Cullen Owen with Spinning Spider EP Polly. Fifth place was Anna Kreitz, Araby Farm Josette. Sixth place in the top placing youth went to Jolene Park with Tempo Pasa ET Enable. The Coon family had the 7th place doe, Vineyard View Secret Tsunami. 8th place, Garrett Morse, Morse G, ADV Pluto. 9th place, Melanie Ferguson, Hidden Meadows Celeste. 10th place, Kitty Peelmeyer, Hidden Meadows Tippy Toes. 11, Sina Glessing, Sundown Creek Chuck Nayla. 12th place went to Kitty Peelmeyer, Hidden Meadows Mimosa. And the 13th place doe went to Melanie Richards with Hidden Meadows Edie.
And a pair of 8-year-olds to start our line here. One does have the advantage in overall general appearance, using those rear legs more correctly as she moves out. She's a longer-legged doe too, a less tendency to bow in those forelegs. She's a longer body doe with the more appropriate rump structure. Not only the levelness from hips to pins, but the overall width to this rump. From the hips all the way down to the thurl, she gives her that advantage over our second place doe. Udder placings will be 1, 2, and 3. Close placing, some trade-offs on these mammary systems. It just comes down to, it's just slightly more overall capacity in 1 over 2, slightly a bit more fore udder 2. Second place udder over our third place udder, teat size and delineation will put her over that, slightly a bit more height up in that rear udder as well. And then 3 over the balance of the class, more capacity over our fourth place goat, and then more balance and symmetry and a slightly better teats than our doe standing in 5 today. Again, 1 over 2 is going to be overall general appearance placing. We do have some dairy strength advantages too. Sharpness up to the withers, longer, leaner neck. 2 then going over 3 for that overall mammary system. And then in her turn, a bit more body capacity, fullness at the point of elbow. But this, again, is primarily a mammary system capacity. 3 then going over 4. For that mammary system, the depth of the rear udder. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. She has a bit more flatter boned, open ribbing doe than 4. 4 over 5, although we're going to grant to capacity of mammary system today, we do have a structural integrity in that front end assembly, just holds it together as she moves out, including over the back. Our doe here in 5, 9-year-old is commended, lots of spring and rib and overall body capacity. Thank you.
We also want to give a quick reminder to all the youth, if you want to be in contention for the Premier Youth Awards, make sure you get find those QR codes. There's one over here by the office. I think there's one by the ADGA booth, hopefully still. You need to go there and do that to enter for your Premier Youth. The deadline is today, 1 hour after we complete this recorded grade show. The results of the Saanen 7 years and over class was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first udder went to Emily Miller, Promise Farm R.I. Ronnie. Second place, second udder was Pleasant Grove with Pleasant Grove NSMM Sit Down. Third place, third udder, highest placing youth was Madison Davis with Davis OHL SA Missed Me. Fourth place was Madison Davis with Montgomery Park Gem. And the fifth place doe was Capricorn Farm with Capricorn Flint de Fromage. While we're working on the selection of the senior champion, Saanen Milker, let's remind the junior champion. Oh, there she is over there already. Junior champion in reserve to be at ringside, please.
Okay, this is our recorded grade 3-year-old milker class. Another kind of real fun class to work.
I'm glad Anna had a big class there so we could enjoy these beautiful saunas that much longer. Just a beautiful senior champion lineup here. How about we give these exhibitors a round of applause, please? Okay, beautiful Saanens. Um, Saanens hold a dear place to my heart, so I was honored to be able to judge them today. Sorry. Okay, really nice group here. Starting with our milking yearling. She's got a lot of growth. She's got a lot of substance. Lovely length over this doe. Really beautiful set overall to these thurls with a very well attached, shapely mammary system with ideal teat placement. A powerhouse of a 2-year-old doe. One of the biggest does in this lineup. When you look at the overall length, the overall width that she carries, just a capacious mammary system. She is a second freshening doe. Just a tremendous young doe here. And then we get up to our 3-year-old doe. Lots of mammary system here. Body capacity as well. She came up to this class, really this beautifully shaped mammary system, both fore and rear attachments, really quite nice, lovely medial and teat placement. Then we get up to our 4-year-old doe here. She's sharp, she's stylish, walks around the ring with some of the best feet and legs in this overall lineup too, and a very well attached mammary system. And then we get to our 5 and 6-year-old. She's a 6-year-old fifth freshening doe here. Just tremendous overall body capacity. We're definitely at 50 in body depth if we were appraising her today, I would say. Just a tremendous sharpness up into the way. There's another tremendous mammary system when we look at the overall width capacity held up super high above the hocks, but we have depth, we have production. And then our age doe here, she is an 8-year-old doe here, just coming out of a small class, but again, really lovely over that top, especially when you get over the top of her and look at that uniform width of rump. As we look at our first place winners here, the competition is going to become between our 5 and 6-year-old and our 2-year-old doe here. I just think they excel the overall strengths in mammary systems, overall capacity, overall, obviously our yearling is immature, has to wait her turn. I'm really excited about her though. And then over our 3-year-old doe, they're just more upstanding in that front end assembly. And a bit more structurally sound in the straightness of or angulation of a rear leg than our 3-year-old doe. And then over our 4-year-old, definitely more capacity in those mammary system, structural correctness in front end assembly over her, and then capacity over our 8-year-old doe. We'll see udders after we milk out. So what this placing is going to come down to, first of all, is feet and legs. It will be the strength of feet and legs. A goat that walks around her udder more correctly. She does have the overall advantage in body capacity, just being fuller at the heart girth, deeper, wider in that chest floor. Three more lactations. 6-year-old is our national champion. Again, those reasons, slightly, the feet and legs, she does track slightly better with those forelegs at this point. Slightly, when we look at three-dimensional angularity, here inside profile, over the top, and from the front, she does have that beautiful doe to be our national champion, senior champion. Okay, we're looking at now at our second place 5 and 6-year-old doe here, and just a lovely dairy goat here. The sharpness, the openness, you can see that angle, that arch up into the flank, a very well attached mammary system. Just not quite the front end assembly coming out at the point of elbows, and not quite the mammary system. Our 2-year-old will be our reserve.
Congratulations to our Saanen senior champion, owned by Garrett Morse. Her name is C.E. Rockron Zoltz Valencia. And to our reserve senior Saanen champion, owned by Isaac Lefkowitz, D.D. Creamery Helen.
We brought in our two junior champions from last night, a pair of dry yearling does here to compete with our seniors for overall grand and reserve. And although we really love the style of these two yearlings, the overall length, strength of feet and legs, obviously they don't have these tremendous mammary systems of our seniors. So overall, grand champion, 5 and 6. 2-year-old will be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, this is our recorded grade 5.
In our Saanen ring. This is our selection for our ADGA Premier Youth Senior Doe, and just love seeing this, youth with great breeding programs with very sound individuals here and representing our Saanen breed here. All these individuals are really have appropriate body capacity for their age, appropriate bone, but one doe definitely takes it for me, and that's our 2-year-old second freshener. She is our premier youth. She just excels the front end assembly over our milking yearling. She excels overall length of a bone pattern over our 3-year-old doe. She excels daringness and more upright pasterns. Actually, that was a 4-year-old. We didn't have a 3-year-old. Over our 5 and 6-year-old, and then the overall mammary system extension of forwarder and teats over our oldest doe. Congratulations.
Can we have Garrett and Isaac please come up to the secretary's table to sign for their paperwork, please? The Premier Saanen Youth Doe looks like was owned by Jolene Park, and the doe's name is Pleasant Grove Groovy Pal. The results of the recorded grade 5 and 6-year-old class, which was sponsored by
breed. We're going to start to my right. One's going over two. We have some older goats here, so we do have a bit more overall maturity. But what it comes down to, is overall width of udders as a whole here, overall depth of the udders as a whole, and overall body capacity and depth in the rear barrel over our second place group. 2 over 3, although we have a younger group here, we have more structurally sound goats here. When we look at overall strengths in the feet and legs, strengths over those top lines as a whole, we'll put them over 3. 3 then going over 4, mammary system width as well as overall dairy strength. When you get your hands on them, they're much more open and angular as a group than our group in 4. 4 over 5, overall mammary system, strength of medial suspensory ligaments as a group, and rear udder attachments, put them over our doe group here at the end, who are commended for their long bone patterns. Congratulations.
Saanen Dairy Herd results. First place went to Garrett Morse Goats. Second place went to Tempo with Dr. Lori Acton. Third place was Spinning Spider, owned by Cullen Owen. Fourth place was Pleasant Grove, owned by Craig Koopman. And the fifth place Saanen Dairy Herd went to Bjorningswick, Ruth Phillips Grant. All right, we want to take a second here to thank all the sponsors of the Saanen breed. We have quite a few sponsors here. We'd like to thank Goat Expo, Jamaica Kids Dairy Goats, Hops and Lops Farm, Ian Tires, Kalium Parvum, Purple Camas Farm, Daisy Creek Dairy, Springfield Oaks, Redwood Hill Farm in memory of Stephen Considine, Bjorningswick, Cadesville Farm, Oak Hollow Livestock, Sundown Creek, and Redwood Hill Farm in memory of Stephen Shack. Thank you to all the Saanen sponsors for your support of this show. And also to the recorded grades.
Okay, best 3 females for the Saanen breed. We're going to start with the group to my right over the group behind them. As a group, now we have the overall strengths and mammary system, the overall width to these rear udders as a group. And as a trio, they're stronger over the back as our group in 2. 2 then going over 3 for the overall structural correctness and overall feet and legs. Front end assemblies as well. We'll put them over our deep-bodied third place group. It is that body capacity, as well as angularity of rib, as well as mammary system depth that will put 3/4. 4/5, really love these three, kind of all peas in a pod, the overall shapes to their mammary systems and strengths of general appearance over the top will put them as a group over our 5th place group, who's committed for their long bone pattern.
Saanen, best three senior does. First place went to Tempo, Dr. Lauren Acton. Second place, Morse Goats, Garrett Morse. Third place was Spinning Spider, Colin Owen. Fourth place went to Pleasant Grove, Craig Koopman. And fifth place went to Bjorningswick, Ruth Phillips Grant. Just a reminder to both the Saanen ring and the recorded grade ring, you will have a tattoo check on one of your group classes, so be sure you have your registration papers handy for your entries.
Okay, senior get a sire here for the Saanen breed. Two really nice groups. Our first place group to my right does have the advantage, first of all, just having 3 dams represented. And then they have the overall advantage, I feel, in overall dairy strength, the overall angularity of body, the overall angularity of rib as well. Put them over our second place group. Our second place group, though, just 2 dams represented, but really peas in the pod when you look at the shape and strength of medial suspensory ligament. Single entry produce represented by one sire today, and just twins here, but they do have a lot of strengths and overall general appearance when you look at the overall strength and back and pretty nice rear leg angulation. So congratulations, first place.
And that first place was owned by Melanie Richards of Bluebird Creek, and the dam's name is Spinning Spider Private Joy. The results of the recorded grades.
Dam and daughter class for the Saanen breed coming into to line here. We're going to start off with this group to my right. They are a more mature group with the daughter, so we have, at this stage of the game, more overall capacity, both body and mammary. We also have overall width to those rear udders and slight general appearance strengths when you look at the rear legs as a group in 1/2. 2 then going over 3 for their tremendous angularity of body and rib and their capacity and mammary system as a group over our third place group. 3/4, close placing here, but we do have the advantage in these rump assemblies, just more uniform width of these rumps, and we do as a group have a bit higher rear udders than our long body group in 4.
All right, Saanens, can we have all the first and second place udders back to the ring, please? Saanen, dam, and daughter. First place went to the Coon family, Utterly Nuts. Second place went to Spinning Spider, Cullen Owen, with Spinning Spider Purple Rain. Third place, Madison Davis with Oak Hollow Livestock with Montgomery Park Gem. And the fourth place Dam and Daughter for Saanens went to Melanie Richards, Bluebird Creek with Spinning Spider Private Joy. Just a reminder, everybody, if you want to participate in the raffle, I think that's going to be closing here fairly soon. So get online and buy all your raffle tickets. That drawing will be this afternoon, 2 o'clock. The raffle ends at 2 o'clock, so get your raffle tickets in then for all these beautiful, high quality raffle kits, as well as all the raffle baskets that were donated by the various states. There's a lot of good stuff out there, so get your tickets in. They're only $1 a piece, I believe, so for the baskets. So
Okay, now that we're all here for the party, this is our Saanen selection for our best udder. We're going to want to see a few goats milked out today. I think our competition really for best udder is our Grandin Reserve. We'll want to see those two goats milked out. They really got to their senior champion level for these mammary systems in big parts. So we definitely want to see those. And then I'd like to see our second place 5 and 6 year old milk out. And thank you for bringing in your Saanens.
Your results in, they
Face
need to
them
be
away
in
from
by
the side by side, so
12:30
you
sharp.
can see you guys milked out. You can be in there the same line. Maybe live stream. Okay, in our Saanen ring, this is our final thing. I just, again, thank you for having me out to judge your Saanen's ADGA membership. It's been a real pleasure, all these goats that we've seen. We just had 3 goats milk out for our overall best udder here. To our right here, we have our grand champion, 6-year-old doe here. Milks down tremendously well, just beautiful collapsing here. And remembering this udder full, just a tremendous width, depth of fore-udder. And then our 2-year-old doe too, look at how well this was the capacity of this mammary is just amazing, and just milked down tremendously well. And then our second place 5-year-old, they really all milked down well. I think, the competition, we thank our second place 5 and 6-year-old for coming in the ring to milk out, but the competition is really between our grand and reserve here. It's pretty close. I mean, there's just remembering the shape to the rear udder as they were in earlier, the fullness to their fore udder. You could probably make reasons either way, but what it comes down to is number of lactations. Our 6-year-old has 3 more lactations, milk production in that mammary system. She is our best udder, 2-year-old reserve.
All right, and so we've now brought in our junior champion.